Hi friends, I have something important for you. If you're having any Python kind of error in your code or bug issues or any kind of error in your Python code, I'll help you fix it through fiverr.com. My link is at the description below. So it is just for $5 and it's under 24 hours. I'll perfectly and quickly fix the error you have in your script, any kind of error you have in your script that you know that is so difficult for you to fix. So let's get started right away. Hi friends, in today's tutorial I'm going to show you how to create a file renamer app using Python Kivy. For example, now I want to change the name of this file. I want to change the name of this file from Python to another thing through this um, app here. So through this Kivy app. So here's what it do. It says enter the name of your directory. I'll check and copy the name of the directory right over here and I'll paste the directory here. So it says enter the name of the directory only. So I've entered the name of the directory. It says write the name of the file, which is Python, and also it says write the name of the new file. I'll call it tutorial. So when I enter rename file, it says name has been changed, and also it changes the text to tutorial. So that's what we are going to be working on today. So let's get started. Hi friends, please, if this is your first time watching, please don't forget to hit the like button and also hit the subscribe button, and please do not forget to support me on PayPal. The link is at the description below. So let's get started. So our first step now is to import the most important libraries, which is from kiwi.app, import then app. So our second step is to write from kiwi.properties, then import string property. Then right over here, we are going to write from kiwi.lang, then lang.builder, then import import builder, and also we need from kiwi.uix.screen manager, then import both screen and screen manager, and finally we write import os. So that's our first step. So our second step now is to create the app class. I'll say class, then I'll call it file renamer, then now write app right over here. Then under here I'll just write pass. Then I'll create another class which is the main screen. Then I'll call it main screen, then screen right over here. Then I'm going to write pass, and also I'll just write file name, then right over here dot run. So let's run it now and see it's empty now. So that's how to display the screen. So let's move on to the next step. So now in this next step, what we are going to do now is to create our KV file. So to create that, I'll write sm equal to screen manager, then sm dot add widget. Yeah, add this widget main screen, the class of it. Then I'll call the name. I'll just write name equal to main. So right over here now, what I'm going to do is that I'll come right over here and create a variable called I'll create a KV file name called screen manager, right, equal to. So right over here now, what I'm going to do is that we are going to be working on the KV file in this next step. So before we work on the KV file now, here's what we are going to do. We are going to come over this file namer app here and create a variable called screen, which is equal to builder dot load string, then which is the screen manager right over here. This screen manager. Then I'll come over here, write return screen. Yes, return screen. That is this variable. So let's continue. Oh, sorry, right over here, I'm supposed to create a function which is build self. Then put this one in tab here. So I think that's all for this step now. So now let's quickly work on the KV file. So right over here, I'm going to write screen manager right over here. So then we are going to write main screen, and right over here we are going to create a class which is um okay, yeah, main screen class. So right over this main screen class, I'm going to write our name is going to be um main main. Then I'll write relative um layout. Give it a relative layout. I'll say orientation is going to be vertical, vertical. Then our position is going to be self dot position. So now let's move on to label. So we are going to create our label. Then under this label, we are going to call it text. It's going to be welcome to PC file renamer app. So right over here, I'm going to give it the position underscore hint, which is going to be we are going to give it um center center underscore x is going to be 0.5. Then center underscore y is going to be 0.905. So then the other description is text underscore size, and I'm going to give it I'll write self self dot height over 15, then multiply it by 0.75. So the second this step now is to, after creating our our text label, our intro label. The next thing we are going to do now is to position. Let me run it now and see how it looks like now. It's still showing some sort of, what's the error right over here? It's saying float self dot height. Okay, I'm supposed to put font size is font. So let's run it now and see. So it says welcome to PC file renamer app. So in our next step now, let's create another label, label, label. We are going to write um, text is going to be um, write the directory to your file only. So after that, we are going to write position underscore hint. Then we are going to give it some certain description. I'll just copy and paste rather than wasting time here. I'll just copy and paste this here. I'll copy and paste here. Then just change the text to this thing. The center is going to be x is going to be 3, our y is going to be 0.705, and our size is going to be, this one is going to be 6 here. So let's run now and see the result now. So write the name of the directory for your write the directory to your file only. So let's put the text input right now. So to put the text input right now, we are going to come over here and write um, text input. Then under here, I'm going to write ID. It's going to be directory. Directory. Then size underscore hint is going to be 0.4 and 0.05. Then position, I'll just copy this position right over here. I'll copy and paste here. Position underscore hint center x is going to be 0.76, then center y is going to be 0.75. So let's run it now and see the result. So now it says write the directory to your file only. So that's our step. Now let's move on to the next step. So in our next step, also we want to say write the name of the directory to your file only, write the name of your file, and also we want here to be write the name of the new file. Then we'll now click on a button to rename the file. So that's what we are going to be working on the rest of this tutorial. So let's move on. So right over here now, I'm going to come over here. I'll just copy this and paste it because two times, because we need it actually two times. Right over here, I'll paste it here, and I'll come over here to do the same thing. I'll paste it here. Label text, um, label text, label text right over here. So this time now, instead of write the name to the directory of your file only, I'll just write um, the name of the file. So I'll just change the position. X is going to be 0.24, then y is going to be 0.605. Then our self dot height our self dot height is going to be 0.65 is correct right over here. So let's move on to this text input. Instead of the ID to be directory, this time we are going to call the ID to be file name. It should correspond with this one. It should be consistent with this one. Since we want to get the ID of the file name we want to write. So right over here, I'm just going to change the size underscore uh, hint. That is the size of the text input. So this position underscore hint, I'll change the position, which is I'm going to give it x value is going to be 0.537, then y value is going to be 605, and also the last step now is to write the name of the new file. Write the name of the 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 write the new new name of the file. So the new name of the file, so let's give it the position. The position is 0.2, x is going to be 0.277, then the y is going to be 0.505, and also the self dot height is going to remain the same. So this text input for this is going to change to new um is going to change to new file name. So under here, I'm going to give it 0.2 here and still remain here. So this one here is going to be 0.61, and y is going to be 0.505. So let's run it now and see the result now. As you can see now, it says write the directory to your file, write the directory to your file only, write the name of your file and write the new name of your file. So we have the text input for all of them. So let's move to the final step, which is to input the button on the screen. So now to add our button, now we'll come over here and we are going to write button. But is going to be, give it the property, write text, which is going to be the name of the text is going to be rename file, and the position underscore hint, I'll just come over here and paste right here. I'll change the x value and the y value. So let's run it now. The size of the button is big, so let's modify the size. So we are going to say size underscore hint is going to be uh 20% at the x and 1% at the y, 10% on the y. Still showing what hint right over here. So let's run it now. That's changed. So the position now, I think is 0. Let me adjust the position down. So I think it's going to be 3 here. So let's run it and see. So our final step now is to add a text input to tell us that whenever we click on rename file, it's going to tell us that the file has been renamed. So let's work on that now. So right over here, you are going to come here and write text input. I'll just copy this and paste here. I'm going to copy this here. I'll paste it here. Text input, the ID is going to be answer. The name of the ID is going to be answer. Then size underscore is going to be 0.3 and 0 point instead of this is 1.5. So the position is going to be 0.44 and 0.105. So let's run it now and see the result. So as we can see now, we have the text input right over here that whenever we click on rename file and when we put our directory or click on rename file, it's going to show that and we have already renamed the file right over here. So our last step now is to make it work, to work on the main coding aspect of it for the application to run perfectly. So let's get started. So on the final step now, let me run this program and show you something. Whenever we input our directory to the directory of the file only and the name of the file and the new name we want to change the file to, then we click on this rename file. After we click on this rename file, we want to make sure that the whenever we press this button, it perform the function of changing the name of a certain file in a directory. So let's work on that right now. So right over here, I'm going to come over to the main screen class here and create a function which is I'm going to create a function which is rename file. So here, what we are going to do now, right over here now, is that we are going to come over to this button side. We are going to write on press. Then the on press is going to be root dot this class here rename file, root dot rename file. So when we click on this thing, so we tell the program to come over to this function right over here. So let's work on programming the function. So now to work on the function now, we are going to come over here and create a variable which is we call it old name. Old name is going to be equal to self dot ids dot directory dot text. So what the old name is that we want to replace the old name of the here's what we are trying to do now here. The name of the we are coming over here, this id, the name of it which is directory right over here, we are connecting it to this right over here. So we are going to write old name, then right over here we are going to write um I'm going to call it space. Space is going to be equal to len, old name. We want to get the length of the directory. That's what we want to do. We want to get the length of the directory by writing this. So what we are going to do right now is that old name is going to be equal to self dot ids dot directory dot text is going to be the position of space, which is the length. I would call it length. I'll call it length instead of space. Length is going to be the length. That means what we are going to do right here is that let me show you something. Then plus self dot ids dot file name dot text. This is the file name here when it says write the new name of the file. So right over here, so right over here, what we just did now is that this directory, we want to join it together with the file name so that Python can be able to read the directory completely. So that's what we are doing right over here. So here now we are going to create a variable which is new underscore name. So under this new name, I'm going to say self dot ids dot directory dot text is going to be the length plus self dot ids dot new file name dot text. So here's what we want to do. We want to join the directory file again under this variable. We want to join the directory file together with the new file. And once we do that now, we are going to come over here, and then the last thing we are going to do now is that we are going to replace the the new name with the new name over the old name. So here we are going to write os dot rename, then I'm going to write old name, then replace write new name, their new name. The new name will replace the old name. And also, not that I just replace the old name, we want Python to show us that name has been changed. So we connect our IDS. We come over here and write self dot ids dot answer dot text is going to be equal to str, then we are going to write name has been changed. So I think that's all. So now let's run the program and see for ourselves. So it says error right over here. It says unpressed. The error is right over here. Rename file and attribute. Okay, I think I made a mistake. I wrote unpressed. It's unpressed. Let's run it now and see our result now. Let's assume now what we want to change now is the name of this text right over here. We want to change the name of the text from tutorial to Python. So to do that now, we are going to come over here and say copy the directory link. We copy it here and we paste it, and also add our slash. So write the name of the file. I'm going to call it tutorial, and write the new name of the file, which is Python. Then let's rename it. So it says name has been changed, and it changes. Look at it right over here, it changed the name. So now let's name it from Python to tutorial. So I'll just copy this right over here and paste it. I'll call this the new name will be tutorial. So let's run it now. It says name has been changed. So you can see now the name is changing right while we click on rename name. So I think that's all for this program. That's how to create a file renamer app using Python Kivy. So thanks for watching and see you in my next video. Hi, please, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the like button and also hit the subscribe button, and please do not forget to support me on PayPal. The link is at the description below. So thanks for watching and see you in my next video. Hi friends, I have something important for you. If you're having any Python kind of error in your code or bug issues or any kind of error in your Python code, I'll help you fix it through fiverr.com. My link is at the description below. So it is just for $5 and it's under 24 hours. I'll perfectly and quickly fix the error you have in your script, any kind of error you have in your script that you know that is so difficult for you to fix. So let's get started right away. Hi friends, in today's tutorial I'm going to show you how to convert a speech to a text using Python programming. So let me show you. For example, now let me run the program now and say something. Hello, welcome to this Python tutorial. Let's wait and see what it's going to show us. It's still waiting now. Okay, it's saying let's wait and see what it's going to show us. Let me say something like hello. Let me stop the program and run it now. If I say something like hello, then let's wait for it now. You see now it displays the text hello. So that's what we are going to be working on today, from speech to text using Python programming. So let's get started. Hi, please, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the like button and also hit the subscribe button, and please do not forget to support me on PayPal. The link is at the description below. So let's get started. So now before we get started now, you need to get note of some things first. For this we need to you have to install some modules or libraries. And the first thing we are going to do, you come over to terminal right here and first step, you write pip install you write speech recognition. You wait for it to install, but I've already installed mine, so I don't think there's really any need for installing speech recognition. So our second step now is to install pip install Pi audio. We also need that too. We wait for it to install, and we've already installed it, so there's no need of wasting our time for that. So our third step is to write pip install then Pi TTSX3, then we wait for it. We've already installed it. I put I put double T, I put triple T, is double T. Let's install it. We've already installed it before, so I don't need just a waste of time to be installing it right here, but I just need to show you what you need to install right now before we get started right away. So if you are already successful, so if you've already successfully installed it now, so we are ready now. We are already ready now to move on to the next step. So let's move on to the next step. So now in this step, if you successfully install all those libraries, so congratulations to you. So let's move on to this step now. Let's start coding and making a speech to text program. So let's start now. So write import speech recognition as SR. So right over here, I'm going to write R equal to SR dot recognizer. This is to recognize your speech. This function here is to recognize this function here is to recognize your speech, whatever you say outside. So just aside that one, let's just continue. We are going to write y true. And all this under this while true, what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be looping it. We are not going to end. The program won't just end. The program will just continuously run. So right over here, I'm going to come over here and write try and try and um ex except. So now I think for this side now, we've done this for whatever, forget about this side, but we've done this side now. We've done our first step now. So let's move on to the next step now. So now right over here now, what we want to do is that let me just clear this stuff. So right over here now, we're going to write with SR dot we are going to write microphone, then our bracket, then as maybe we are going to give it a name. Let's give it audio speech to text. Speech to text. So right over here, I'm going to write our R dot adjust for ambient noise. And what we are going to write over here, this is just for, like, what this ambient noise means is that maybe in case of any background kind of noise or any kind of noise that is not this thing, I don't know how I'll put it, but what it just mean is just, let's read it right over here. Adjust the energy threshold dynamically using audio from source or whatever. So it's just to kind of adjust the noise around the environment, and also to try and get our this thing, our our speech correctly. So we are going to write source. We are going to write speech to text. Then we are going to write our comma. Then duration, we are going to write 0.2. So that means that 0.2 will be the let's just go on with it, sure. Let me get this duration part very clearly, but let's move on to our next step now. So now the duration part, okay, after this duration, maybe this is just a minimum duration whereby I can be able to get the text, the speech to text. You just to get your speech within some certain time frame that is much more better. So you say R dot this recognizer dot adjust. Okay, we've written that. So we are going to come over here and write speech to text right over here is going to be equal to R dot listing, then speech to text. So what we are trying to do is that we want to make sure that um, we take our time to listen to this, to whatever we say right over here. We want to take time to make the system to listen to whatever we say right over here. So in this next step, please pay closer attention to this next step now. Here now, after we've already want to listen to whatever we say here, we will create a variable which is um what do you call it? What are we going to call it? Text. It's going to be equal to r dot recognize recognize underscore Google. Then we are going to write speech to text. What does that mean is that we need Google to be able to translate whatever we say. We need to use Google this kind of recognize Google recognizing machine. Sorry. So we need to use that to be able to recognize our speech very well. So when you are doing this, when we are running this program, you need to turn on your internet. If not, it's not going to work. So after we now use Google to do this stuff right over here to help us translate our speech to text. So here we are going to write our text. Text right over here is going to be equal to text dot low dot lower. What it means here is that whatever text is translating to is going to be on a lower case. So it's going to be on the lowercase letter. So right over here, I'm just going to write print, then I'm going to write text. So that's all for this step. Now in our next step, now just let's be patient now, move on to our next step. So in our final step now, what we are going to do here is that I'm going to write something right over here. I'll write try and under here I'm going to write except um sr dot request error as e. What that does is that if there is this line we just wrote here is just to in case now maybe there is any kind of maybe this mainly meant for maybe internet connection and all those stuff. If your internet connection is not working or it's not or it's off, we are going to what are we going to do? Instead of it just displaying error and crashing the program, we're just going to write we are going to write network failure, and also we are going to write another except sr dot this time is going to be an unknown value error. That means maybe we are not getting your speech is not getting well, or whatever you are saying is not really getting well. So what are we going to do here? We're going to write print right over here. We are going to write unknown error. So let's run the program now and see. Finally now, okay, now let's say anything now. Hi, Okay, say finally now. Okay, let's say anything now. Let me say hello. And also, you should make your internet connection to be on. Don't forget to on your internet connection. So let's run it now and say a word now. Hey, what's up? You can see it right over here. It says, hey, what's up? So I think you can see now. Let's just say any other thing now. Even as we are talking now, it's recording what recording what I'm saying and translating it to text right over here. Just watch. Let's wait for it. I hope he's getting what we are seeing now. Look at you see you can see it right now right here. He whatever. So I think you can now see that he's saying some things, he's trying to get what I'm saying. So I think that's all for this tutorial. Now that's how to make a speech to text um program using Python. So thanks for watching and see you in my next video. Hi friends, please if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the like button and also hit the subscribe button, and please do not forget to support me on PayPal. The link is at the description below. So thanks for watching and see you in my next video. Hi friends, in today's tutorial I'm going to show you how to make a simple login system with Python. For example, now let's run this program now, and it's a simple login system whereby when we input our username to sign up, let me write my name look as the username, and the same thing to look as the password. And when I click on sign up, it says account successfully created or logged in. So whenever I input that same name, it says whenever I want to re-sign up for that with that same username I've already signed up, it says account already created. So it won't create any account. What we are and also if the space are empty, it's going to show text can't be empty right over here. And also let's try and log in by details. And also if I write man as the username and man as the password, it says account successfully created or logged in. But maybe if I mistakenly input a wrong password or a wrong username, it's going to write wrong username stroke password. Or maybe I input another wrong input, is going to say wrong username and password. So that's what we are going to be working on today. So let's get started. Hi, please if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the like button, and also please don't forget to hit the subscribe button right now, and also please don't forget to support me on PayPal. The link is at the description. And also please do not forget, and the link to this source code is at the description below. So let's get started. So now in our first step is to import those important modules, like all those important stuff. So let's clear this off right over here. I'm going to clear it off right now, and I'll write from Kivy from Kivy dot app, then import app, then from Kivy dot lang dot builder, then import builder, then also from Kivy dot properties, import string property, and also from Kivy dot uix dot screen manager, import both screen and then screen manager, and finally import pickle. So that is all for this first step now. So in our second step now, we want to create the classes for the three screens, both the sign up screen, the login screen, and the main profile screen. So first of all, we have to create our profile, our class, which is profile profile create, then app. Then here we are going to write our stuff like this right here. We are going to create a build function, build. Then this build will be we are going to write um screen is equal to um builder dot load string. Then we write screen manager, and we come right over here and we write our screen manager kv file. Going to be equal to, so then aside from that, we are going to let me see something right over here. We are going to enter right over here and write return screen. So right over here we are going to create another class, which is this is the app. I'm just creating the app right over here. So the next step, we are going to create let's now create class. Then the name of the first class is sign up screen. So right over here we are going to write screen. Then from here we'll just write pass. So let me just copy and paste to save time. So right over here I'll just copy this here, copy, paste right over here, and paste right over here. Change the name. Let me change the name of this sign up screen to login. The next name will be login. What are we going to call it as? We'll just call it login screen. Yeah, login screen. Login screen, we pass it, and also we are going to call this as profile screen. Profile screen. So after that, now the next step we are going to do right over here is that we are going to be working on our kv file. So let's work on that right now. So now for us, before we work on our kv file, let's make sure that we connect the screen. Let's just make sure we connect all our screen to screen manager. Then under this sm.add widget, we are going to be adding all our screens. The first one will be login screen. Then we are going to write name is going to be equal to, you are going to give it the name, which is log in. So let me just copy and paste this one for us to save our time. So we copy this, and we come right over here and paste it, and we paste this one too. So we just change the name. Instead of this one to be login screen, this one will be sign up screen. Sign up screen. Then this one will be profile screen. We're going to name it as profile screen. Then let's change the name of the file, the name, this one will change it to profile. And also we are going to change this one to I'll write SIG and sign. I'll just write sign. So let's work on creating the KV file now. So now we want to create our KV files, our KV file, and so that we can be able to manage each screen. So the first one will be what we are going to do now. We are going to create a variable. Now we are going to write screen manager right over here. Then sign and up screen. Then sign up screen, we are going to create our classes for sign up screen, the login screen, the login screen, and also the profile screen. So now right over here for our sign up screen, we want to add all those this thing, or like we want to add all those UI, the user interface, to each of the screens. So our first goal now is to add all those user interface like buttons, text, labels, text input, or whatever. So let's write, first of all, let's create for sign up screen. Sign up screen, we are going to say the name, we are going to write name is going to be equal to sign, as we have done right over here below. Right over here, name is going to be equal to sign. So after that, we are going to write label. We are going to create our label, and under this label we are going to write text. It's going to be sign up. Then let's give it font size. Then font size font size is going to be font size is going to be you are going to write self dot height, then over 15. We are going to multiply it by 1, and from here we are going to give it our position. we are going to write position underscore hint, which is going to be center underscore x, let me fix something right over here. Then our center x is going to be 0.48. Then center y is going to be 0.9. And also, let's run it now and see what it's going to display to us. So let's run it now. We forgot to do something. We are going to say profile create, then .run. So let's run it now. Let's run the application and see. Invalid property name. What's the issue right over here? Name says, okay, here I made a mistake right over here. Instead of equal to, it's like we are supposed to put it like semicolon. So let's run it now and see the issue. This one again. Okay, right over here, forgot to do this. So let's run it now. So we have our text label sign up. So let's add some other things too. So in our next step now, we are to add some other stuff to the sign up screens. Let's add text input. I'm going to add text input, text input. Then our text input, the name of the text input is going to be it's not text input, label, another label right over here. So label, so right over here, text is going to be the text of the label is going to be username, that's the name, user name, and the font size. The font size is going to be we're going to write self height over 15 bracket times 0.85 times 0.85. So our next step now is to know the position for it. Position underscore hint, and our position, we are going to give it we are going to write center underscore x, and it's going to be our center underscore x is going to be 0.25. Then our center y center underscore y is going to be 0.7. So let's check this one too. Also, let's run it and check it. So it displays username here. So next step now, let's put our text input, and to do that right now, we are going to write text um input is going to be, we are going to write id of the text input. We are going to call it sign up user name, and under here we are going to write text is going to be empty right over here, and the size of the text input, the size is going to be, the size of the text input is going to be, the x value is going to be 0.25 and the y value is going to be 0.05, and also the position underscore hint is going to be, we are going to put it center. We are going to write center underscore x is going to be 0.48, and our y value, which is center y, then center underscore y is going to be 0.7. So let's run it now and see our result. We have our user input, so let's move on adding the password, this thing. For the password, right over here we're going to write okay, so in this next step now I want to create the label for the password. So right over here I'm going to come over here and write label, then under here I'm going to write text is going to be, the text of the label is going to be password, the password. So under here I'm going to write font underscore size, and right over here the size I'm going to give it is, we are going to give it self dot height over 15, then multiply it by 0.85. So under here I'm going to give it a position underscore hint, then we are going to write center underscore x is going to be, center underscore x is going to be um is going to be 0.25, and also then we are going to write center underscore y, and we are going to say it's 0.6. So let's run now and see our result now. What's the issue right over here? It's saying, okay, font size. I say, what's the issue right over here? I don't know, it's saying the issue is right over here, unsupported for floats. Okay, I made a mistake. Instead of us writing, let's change it to bracket, to normal bracket. Let's run now and see our results. So we have our password right over here. It's just for us to impute, to add our text input. So let's add our text input. So now to add our text input, we are going to write text input is going to be id is going to be sign up password. Then the text is going to be empty, and also we are going to give it a size, and the size is going to be size underscore hint. The size is going to be 0.25 with 0.05. So our position underscore hint is going to be we are going to write center underscore x is going to be 0.48, and our center center underscore y is going to be 0.6. So let's run it and check. So now we have our text input for password and username. So let's add the button right now. So now in our next step, now we want to make sure that, okay, let's run the program again. Okay, let's assume we put anything as our username and password. We want to make sure we hide this password. So for us to hide the password, we are going to come over here and write password right over here is going to be true. So we run it now. We run our program right over here. So whenever we input anything in the password section, it's going to whenever we input anything in the password section, it's going to hide the password. So let's work on our next step now. So our next step now is to create the button, the sign up button. And for us to do that, we are going to write button, then the text of the button. The text of the button is going to be, the name of the button is going to be sign up. So our position, the position for the button is, we are going to write size underscore hint. Size underscore hint is going to be 20% on the x and 10% on the y. And also the position underscore hint is going to be the center x. Let me just quickly copy this instead of us wasting time right over here. I'll just copy and change the values. I'll copy it right over here and change the values, and it's going to be this. Our center x is going to be 0.48, and our center y is going to be 0.45. 45. So, and also the last thing we want to do now is to write on press on underscore press. We are going to say root dot sign up. It doesn't matter, but we are going, it's going to be relevant in the future. Well, it's going to be very relevant soon. So let's run now and see. So we have our sign up button now. So the next step is to add some other things, like have you haven't if you haven't signed up, if you have signed up, you should log in, and all those texts that we are going to be displayed right over here when we impute the wrong figures, or we do not impute the right stuff. So let's work on that right now. So let's add some other UI, some other user interface to the screen. So the next step is to add label, and label right over here. We are going to write text. It's going to be sign uh, signed up. We are going to ask the user if you have already signed up under this label. So let's give it size, font underscore size, and under this we are going to write self dot height over 15. Then we are going to write um we are going to write times 0.85. So then also we are going to write position underscore hint is going to be let's not waste time. So let me just copy this right over here, and I'll paste it. Copy and paste right over here. So our x value will be 0.25, and our y value is going to be 0.25. 0.25. So let's run it now and see what it looks like. So it's displayed right over here. So we want to create a button that if we have signed up, we should just go to the login page. So let's work on that. So let's add our button. So to add our button now, we are going to create another this thing. We are going to write button, which is going to be text is going to be, the name of the button is going to be login, and also the name, the size. Let me just copy this right over here, and I'll just copy this right over here and paste. Copy, and I'll paste, right over here. So our position, the self dot size, and the only thing we are going to change here is our position. So the position center x is going to be 0.35, 0.35, and our y value is going to be 0.15. So our this thing is 0. Let's change it to 0.48 and 0.25. 0.25. So what we are going to do right over here is that whenever we press the um, whenever we press the button, we are going to write root dot manager dot current is going to be equal to login. That means we are going to transition whenever we press the button, we are going to enter um the login screen right over here. We haven't created it, but that's what we are going to be working on. So let's run it now and see the results. So now we already have our sign up screen created, so we have it fully created. So let's work on the login screen. So in this our next step now, what we want to do now is to create our we've created our sign up screen class right over here. We are to create login screen and profile screen. So let's work on creating the login screen. The login screen, I'll just copy everything right over here. To save time, we just need to copy and copy right over here and paste, and then change the most important thing. So let's paste it and start changing right over here. So around here we are going to call this one we are going to call it login screen. So yes, login screen, we are going to call it login screen. We are going to write login as the name. You remember we wanted to transition, whenever we press that button we are going to transition to login screen. So let's just change the variables and all those stuff. The label, we are going to call it login. We are going to change this one to login. Then right over here we are going to leave our username, the text input. Instead of sign up username, we are going to write login username, login username. And also we are going to change this side to login password, login password. Then our button is login instead of sign up, log in. And the text should be instead of sign up, I'll say, okay, let's run it and see how it's going to look like right now. So right over here, when we click on login, it's going to send us to the login screen. You see the login screen here. This is the login screen right over here. So the only thing we need to change right over here is this we are going to say not signed up. Instead of writing signed up, we are going to now change it to sign up. We are going to change the sign up button. So we are going to write not signed up. So instead of I will now change this right over here, not sign up. I'll change the text right over here to sign up. And also we are going to transition it to sign and the sign screen, which is right over here. So let's run it now and see our result. So we haven't written anything, login, not sign up. Let's just change the position of the label, because it looks like the x, we are going to put it by 2.0 instead of 2.25. So let's see it now. Let's click on login, not sign up. It still has to be shifted backwards, the label. So login, no, I think it's right over here. I'm making mistakes. I have to come to the login screen and change this not signed up. The position should be 1.0.15. So login not signed up. It's still some little bit far. But let's just write 2 point. We are going to write 0.2. So let's run now and see. So login, not sign up. At least it's better right now. So in our next step now, we are going to create the account screen. The account screen. So let's work on that. So now we want to create the profile screen class. So let me just copy and paste the other class I have. Let me copy this old class, which is login screen, and just change the name of the text, and I'll copy and I'm going to paste right over here. So I'm going to call it profile screen. Profile screen is what I'm going to call it as. So right over here, I'm going to rename it as profile. And also, what I'm going to do right over here, I need to clear all of this right over here off. I need to clear this off. So right over here, I'll create a label, then text. The label is going to be we are going to say account successfully fully created. Or logged in. So under here, we are going to write font underscore size is going to be self dot height over 15 times 1. Then the position, we are going to give it position underscore hint. I'll just copy this position right over here and change the values. So let me copy this right over here and paste it here. I'll just change it to 0. The x is going to be 0.5, and the center y is going to be 0.9. So right now, let me run it and see how it looks like now. Right now, let me change the, what will I call it, right over here under this sign up. Let me check it for us to be able to check that other screen, which is the what is the name of this thing, what's the name, profile screen. So let's change the, whenever we press whether let's go to the login, the sign up screen right over here. We are going to check this button right over here, the last one. We are going to change it to what will we call it, profile. Let's run it now and see. So let's say, assuming now we want to click on login, let's say okay, so account successfully created or logged in. So it's looking normal. So let's add one more thing. The one more thing we want to add now is the button. So the button that will tell us to see, the button that is going to sign out for us. It's going to sign out the program for us. So let's work on that. So now let's work on that now. Instead of this thing, we'll just write what we are going to write is button is going to be text is going to be sign out, sign out. The text of the button is going to be sign out. Then under it we are going to write size underscore, and let me just copy this right over here and just paste it, copy and paste and change the values. So right over here I'll just write it like this, just paste it, and all we are going to do, the only thing we are going to change is here, instead of 25 it's going to be 0.45. Then on press, let's just send the user to back to the sign up screen. So let's run it now and see if it's working properly. So now it says sign up. So whenever we click login, say account successfully created or login, we sign out. Okay, it says an error, no screen name sign. What's wrong right over here? Let's connect this right over here. Okay, I put, instead of me using small letter, I use capital letter. So let me run it now. It's going to work right now. So click on login, click on sign. It takes you to sign up screen. So that's how we have successfully created the screen management system. So let's work on our next step, which is to add all the, maybe if we impute this button, we impute the right thing we impute the right thing right over here, it's going to log in for us. If we don't impute the right thing, it's not going to log in log in the program for us or sign up. So let's work on that right now. So right now in this step, what we want to do right over here in this step is for us to be able to, now whenever we impute any button and we want to click sign up, it takes us to our sign up page. And whenever we want to log in, but let's change these logins. Let's connect the login with the login screen instead of it connecting to the profile screen. So let's work on that now. So it's right over here. We are going to, instead of it changing to profile, we are going to make sure it goes to login screen. So sign up, login. Okay, now right over here, if you have signed up, you click on login to take you to the login page. If you have not signed up, when you click the sign up button, it should take you right over to the sign up. It's going to take you over to the sign up page. So how are we going to do that now? We want to fix this error right over here, because the error is mainly connected with whenever we click on login right over here. It's on the login screen. The main error is at the login screen. So let's go to the last point where I put it. Instead of sign, it was in capital letter. It's supposed to be in small letters. So let's run it and see if it's working properly. So fine, click on sign up. It takes us to sign up screen. So our next step is that if we want to sign up now, we impute our username and password too. Then it's going to sign up and take us to the account screen. So let's work on that right now. So now for us to make sure that whenever we whenever we want to sign up and we enter our password, whenever we click or create any username and enter our password or click sign up, it's going to take us to the profile screen. So for that, let's work on that now, right now. So to work on that, this is what we are going to do right over here. We are going to come over, first of all, let's come to the sign up screen class. And right over here, whenever we click the sign up button, whenever we press the sign up button, we are going to we are going to connect this press button with a sign up function. So for us to be able to do that, we are going to come right over here to the sign up screen. The sign up screen right over here. We are going to come right over here and write DEF, then sign up. So what we are going to do is that whenever we click the sign up button, we want to make sure that we want to make sure Python do some certain things. And here's what we are going to do. We are going to say we are going to create a variable which is signing up user name is going to be equal to self dot ids dot sign up user name. Let me show you where I'm connecting it from the this sign up username is under this our sign up screen. This is the sign up username. We are trying to get all these text input we imputed. So we are going to write dot text. Same for the password. We are going to write signing up password password. We are going to connect it to together. We are going to connect it to together. Also right here, signing up password right over here. We are going to connect it with it here, self.ids dot signing up password dot text. So we want to create an if condition, and the if condition is that if we want to check that, because sometimes whenever we whenever we want to sign up and we've not input any data or information, on the we've not input any data or information in both username and password, then instead of it just logging in, we are going to say, hey, you haven't input anything. We are not going to take you to the profile screen unless you have already input something right over here. So under here we are going to write if signing up wait, sorry, I'm making mistake right over here. I'm going to write if, then signing up username. If signing up username is equal to that's nothing, and also signing up password is equal to nothing, then what are we going to do for it? What are we going to do? So what we are going to write is that we are going to write print bracket. What we are just going to do is that we are just going to, first of all, we want to display it on our log screen that text can't be empty. So when we do that, if we do that, it's going to display that for us. Then we are going to write something else. Then also, for us to check that if we have already signed up with, if we are signing up with the same username, elif, we want to make sure that if we are signing up with the same username, if we are signing up with the same username and password we've signed up before, then it should also not log into the, it should also not sign up. You should display an error saying that account has already been created. So for us to do that, we're going to write sign if signing if signing up username is equal to here's what we want to do now. We want to check if, that's why we import pickle module. We want to check if just follow me, this step, this thing is somehow complicated, but if you follow closely, you are going to understand it. We are going to write pickle.load, then open, then the name of this thing, we are going to call it let's go down where we are now. Open, we are going to call the name of the file, which is sign up username. I've already created it before, but I just need to I just need to save time. Then we write our comma. Under here we are going to write our comma, then WB, and also if signing up password is equal to pickle dot load, then open, then also signing up password, then we write our comma, then WB. That means if our signing up username is equal to whatever we've saved already before, that we've used to sign up, and also the same thing for username and password, if such conditions are met, then we are going to write print. What you are going to write over here is that user name has been created. So for our last step, what we are going to do now for our last, so under this now, if all these conditions are not met, then what we want to do is that we are going to write else. Then under here we are going to save the data. Signing up username, we are going to write signing up username is going to be equal to we are going to write pickle, we are going to save it, dump, we are going to write this variable here, signing up username, and also we are going to write open. Then we are going to copy this right over here, signing up, we are just going to copy this to save time. We are going to copy it right over here, and we are going to paste it here and write RB instead of WB. This time we are going to write RB for saving. So the same thing too I'll do for password too. Instead of me wasting time here too, I'll copy this, create the variable for password. I'll come over here and create signing up password, and also it's going to be pickle.dump.signing up password. We are going to save, we are going to write signing up password, Then we are going to save it, and the next thing we are going to do is that we want to make sure that the both and username and password input, this thing is, and they are both empty. The text field are empty. So we are going to write signing up username is going to be equal to self dot ids dot signing. I'll just copy this again. I'm going to recopy all of this right over here. I'm going to copy it and paste it right over here. What I want to make sure to happen is that I want both of the both text input field to be empty, and then the next thing we want to do is to move to the next screen. So for us to move to the next screen, we are going to write self dot parent dot current current is going to be equal to profile. That is our profile screen. So let's run it now. What's the error? It's showing an error right over somewhere, which I don't get. Okay, signing up password is right over here. It's going to be equal to pickle. So now let's run it and see the result now. It's supposed to work. Everything's supposed to work perfectly now. Sign up. Let's sign up with let's sign up. Let's write the username. Let's give it tutorial, and password the same thing. Password is going to be tutorial. We are going to sign up. It's showing some error right over here. It says key error, signing up password. Let's fix this. Wait, let me fix this. I've seen the issue. The issue is around here. The IDS is not correct. Instead of, it's supposed to be sign up password. If you check it, you have to change it. Instead of signing up password, is sign up password. Maybe you have your ing. That time I put signing up right over here. You remove your sign up and you remove this ing. So now let's run the program. Let's run the program now and see now. When we run it now, whenever we click on this stuff, whenever we click on the issue of the this thing is an IDS error. We are supposed to write sign up password instead of signing up password. Right over here, we are going to change the IDS, remove the ing. So let's also bring this to the same line as here too also. So now let's run the programs and let's run the program and see it for ourselves now. Whenever we whenever the username and password is empty, I'll click on sign up. It says text can be empty, and whenever we input anything as username and password, it's supposed to, okay, it's showing an error again. Then it's supposed to take us to the next screen. What's the issue? Right over here, it's showing an error right over here. So it says unsupported operation read. The error is right over this pickle.load side right over here, and pickle.open.wb. So let's do something right over here. So in this tutorial, let's clear up this stuff right over here. This if sign up username equal to pickle.load. So let's just clear that off and run the program. For this program, we are going to clear that off. So let's run it now and see. So our username and password. If we want to sign up, it says text can be empty, and we can't move on to the next screen unless we input our details for sign up. So let's write let's write something as the username user. And let's write user as the password. So we click on sign up. It says account successfully created or logged in. So now the next step, now we want to work on the login on aspect, that whenever we want to log in back, when we write user, I will write user, it logs us um it logs us into the profile screen if the username, if we have created this username and password. But if not, it's going to tell us wrong password or wrong username. So let's get started on that. So for the password section, let's go to the Kivy password for the Kivy login class. So whenever we write over here, we click on the login button, we are going to write root dot, we are going to create a function, we are going to link it with a function on a login class. We are going to write login, root dot login, login, and we are going to link it with this login screen class. I'll write def login, then self. So right over here now, for us, what we are going to do right over here is that whenever that button is being pressed, that means right over here on press root dot login, whenever that button is being pressed, then what we are going to do right over here is that let's link up the let's write create created username created username is going to be self.ids.login username dot text. We are trying to link it. Let's go to the login class, login screen class, login username, and also login password too. We are going to do the same thing for that, for login password too. We are going to write created password variable equal to self.ids.login password dot text. So right over here now, we are going to create another variable which is signing up user name. It's going to be equal to pickle dot load, then open open, then we are going to write over here sign up username, then we write our comma, then we write our rb right over here. The same thing too for password, signing up password too. We are going to paste it, change the name, signing up, then password. So we write pickle.load, then signing up, then password, then our RB. So now we want to create the variable for both our signed up username, sign up password, created the username and created password. We want to get the text.ids, whatever we input in our login username and password, and we want to get our username we want to create a variable whereby we get the username we use to sign up and the password we use to sign up. So let's move on to the next step. So now right over here, now what we are going to do now is that we want to make sure that when we are logging in, we want to make sure that it's check if we input the right value or not before it takes us to our profile screen. So for what are we going to do right over here? We are going to say that um what we are going to say right over here is that if if signing up username is equal to created username, this one, whatever we input here, if the whatever we input here is equal to this one, and sorry, and if signing up password is equal to, then create password, then what are we going to do now? We are going to what we are going to do now is that we are going to say correct username and password. We want to make sure that we print it out and say correct correct username and password. And also um we are going to now say we are going to move to the profile screen because the password is correct. So we are going to say self dot parent dot current is going to be equal to profile. It's going to be equal to profile. So um now let's try it now and see if it's going to work. So let's run the program. Now we run the program. When we sign up, we input A as the username, A as the password, say as account successfully created or login. So we try to log in now. We put A as our password, A as our password. It logged in successfully. So our next step is that if we input the wrong value instead of A, then it's supposed to show an error and says that incorrect username and password, and it won't take us to anywhere. So let's work on that right now. So now let's move on to our next step, and our next step is for us to now you create another condition L if this if I'll just copy and paste and explain for you. If sign up username is not, for us to check if this if whatever we input is not equal to the created username and not equal to created password, then we say incorrect. We are going to write print, then write incorrect username and password. So let's run it and see. Let's say we create an account now. write A as our username, A as our password, and it says account successfully created or logged in. We click sign out and we want to log in. Write um Z and Z right over here. It's going to write show over here incorrect username and password. So also we want to make sure the other way in case maybe the username is correct but the password is not correct. Either the password is correct or the username is not correct. We need to check on these two because if we don't check on this, we are going to it's not going to actually want to make sure that it shows that incorrect username and password. It's still going to show incorrect username, incorrect password, and all those stuff. So let's work on that right now. So um so now right over here we are going to write another elif condition. Let me just copy and paste all these conditions for time saving. So we copy this now right now and we paste it right over here. Else if maybe this one is correct but this other one is not correct, and also it's going to print, and also the same thing to the other side too. That is else if now this one is incorrect and this one is correct, it should still show incorrect username and password. So let's run it now and see. So let's create our a profile. A is the name, A is the password. We create the account successfully created or logged in. Then we want to log in now. We write A, we write maybe B and B as the password. It says incorrect username and this. Let's write A and B. It's still going to say incorrect username and password right over here, showing here. Or we are going to write A here and we are going to write B. It's still going to show incorrect password. I'll write A and write A over here. It's going to log in successfully. So now we are almost done. The next step is for us to display all this text right over here into this Kivy screen. So let's work on that right now. That is our final step. So for us, our final step for us to display the error messages. So here's what we are going to do about it. For both the sign up screen and the login screen, we are going to come over here and create a new label right over here. The label is going to be we are going to copy this and paste it right over here. The label is just going to be empty and the text should be empty, and the size, the position should be 0.35 at the x and 0.25 at the y. For this is the for the what do I call it, for the login button. This for this for the sign up button, for the same thing for the login button. So what we are going to do right over here, we are going to write text. The text is supposed to be root dot sign up error root dot sign up error, and also we are going to just copy this and paste it right over here. Copy and paste right over here, and we are going to say login error, login error, and our login error, let me see what we are going to do for that login error. the position. Are we going to change it or leave it? Let's just leave it. So our next step now, right now, what we want to do now is that we'll come over to this sign up screen. We are going to create a variable called sign up error. It's going to be equal to string uh, string string property. String property is going to be empty, and also the same thing for the login screen. We are going to create a variable which is login login error. Login error is going to be string property. It's going to be empty. Login error is going to be empty. So right from here now, what we are going to do now, let's work on the next step. So in this our step now, for sign up error, whenever we impute, what we want to do now is that whenever we find any error whenever we find any kind of error right over here, this one say text can't be empty, we are going to write self dot sign up error, and that sign up error is going to be str. What we are going to put under the str, you see text can't um can't be empty. So let's copy this right now, and then so when we copy it, then what I'm going to do right over here is that I'm going to copy the same thing too. I'll paste it right over here. I'm going to paste it wherever we have error. Text can be empty. No, there's no any other error again. So now whenever we move to our next screen now, we are going to, whenever we move to the next screen, instead of us displaying this text can be empty, we are just going to, I'll copy this and paste right over here. I'll just make it empty. str is going to just be empty. Our str value is going to be empty. So let's work on the login aspect now. So for the login aspect now, what we are going to do here is that I'll just come over right over here, and I'll also paste this whenever okay, let's start from here. Whenever sign up username is not equal to the login username, then what are we going to do now? We are going to write sign up error. Our sign up error right over here, incorrect username, incorrect user name stroke password. So the same thing, I'll just copy and paste this one too. It's login error. Let's change the text to login error. Login error. Login error. Login error. So let me copy this and paste it to save time. Okay, yes, also here too, let me copy and paste it to here, and also, so now I think, and also if the password is correct, we should make sure that the login errors, this thing should be empty. The login error string should be empty. So I think we are done. So let's run the program. So now finally I think we are almost done with everything. So let's run the program and see everything for ourselves. So now we want to log in now. Enter our username. Let me enter user as username. and password as user. So when we click sign up, it says account successfully created or logged in. So let me log in right over here. I'll write user, then user. So login, account successfully created or logged in, sign out. So now I want to log in now. Maybe I input a wrong value and a wrong value here. It says there is something wrong right over here. We need to change the position for this for our text to be below X. So let's change it quickly now. Just for us to change our what do they call it, our text, this login error message, we are supposed to, let's change the position to 1. Also the same thing right over here, I'm going to change the position to 1. I think that will solve the issue. Now let's run it again. Write user, user as username, user as password. They will create the account, the user as let's write user as our username, user as password. They will say as account successfully created or logged in. So let's log in now right over here. I'm going to write user, then user login account. So let me log in and mistakenly write something. It says incorrect username and password, incorrect username and password. If I also leave it empty, say use incorrect username and password. Also if I leave it like if I want to sign up, it also, if I leave this space empty and click sign up, it says text can be empty and I can't move to any screen. So I think that's all for this tutorial. Thanks for watching and see you in my next video. Hi friends, please, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the like button and please don't forget to hit the subscribe button, and please do not forget to support me on PayPal. The link is at the description below, and also the link to this source code is at the description below. So thanks for watching and see you in my next video. Friends, welcome to this new YouTube tutorial series. Today I'm going to show you how to create a Pong game with Python Kivy. Let me show you the game. For now, like this now, for example, now the Pong game goes like this now. If I slide now, I have to make sure I don't let the ball go off the screen. So I have to be waiting for the ball, be bouncing it back, and that's what we are going to be working on today. And also it's going to be updating this course right over here. So that's what we are going to be doing today. So let's get started. Hi friends, please, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the like button and also hit the subscribe button, and please do not forget to support me on PayPal. The link is at the description below, and also the source code for this game, the link is at the description below. Please don't forget to check it out. So let's get started. So right now, our first step is to import all the most important properties. And how are we going to do it now? We are going to start importing the most important Kivy properties we need. Like now, writing from Kivy dot app, import app. Then we are going to write from Kivy dot uix dot widget, import widget. Then from Kivy dot properties, then import then we are going to import some important things, which is numeric property, reference list property, and also object property. So then we are going to write from Kivy dot vector, import vector. Then from Kivy dot clock. Then we are going to import clock. The last thing we are going to import is from random, then import random, import randit. So that's our first step now. So our second step now is to create the app class, and let's do that right now. Let's write class, which is Pong app. Then we are going to call it app. Then right over here, then we are going to write def, the function, build function. We are going to create build function, which is build self. Then I think we are just going to write pass for this step now. So I think that's all. Let's go down. Let me put it right over here like this. So that's our second step. So our third step now is to create widget for our main screen widget for the game, where the game is going to be displayed, and the player with the ball bouncing off the screen, and where we are going to put our scores. So let's create a widget. We are going to write class, then we are going to call it Pong Game, then open bracket widget. Then we are going to write, for now we are going to write pass. So I think that's all for our third step. Our fourth step now is to create a Kivy file. And how are we going to do it now? You are going to come right over here, new, and here's how you are going to name your Kivy file, because I think most people get it wrong. Like in this Kivy file, you are going to name it like this right over here. You are going to write Pong. You are going to write it exactly according to this name, Pong, this first Pong. Instead of writing Pong app.kv, write Pong. Let me show you. I don't know why I'm having this issue, but you come right over here, name it as Pong. Don't write the app, just write .kv. So I think that's what you are going to do for this step now, to create the Kivy file. And after you've created the Kivy file, now under here we are going to create we are going to write what we are supposed to put on the screen. So let's work on that right now. So now let's start adding this. We are going to add 3 classes, which is player, the player class, the ball class, the main screen class. So we are going to write player, then right over here we are going to give the size of the rectangular player, whereby he is going to be moving left and right. So let me give it this best size, 100 by 20. Let me write size right over here, size, that is 100 by 20. Then we come right over here, write canvas, then we give it rectangle, then rectangle, then under this rectangle, the position POS, we are going to write self dot position. You are just going to give it the default position, and also the size. You are going to just write self dot size. It doesn't still matter, it's just going to still refer to this size right over here. It's still going to, well, I just have to write it like that. So the next class we are creating now is the Pong ball. The Pong ball. We are going to create another class, Pong ball. Then under right over here, we are going to give it the size of 30 by 30. 30 by 30. Then right over right, we are going to create a canvas, and this canvas, we are going to call the name of the shape ellipse. Position, we are going to give it self dot position. Then size is going to be self dot size. Then right over here, we've created the what will I call it as, we have successfully created the Pong ball and the player object. So let's create the main screen, which is the Pong game. We are going to call it Pong Game. So under this Pong, we are going to give it what we are going to do now is that we want to insert this player and Pong ball object into this Pong game so that it's going to display properly. The main reason why we are supposed to put them inside, but I think the reason why we put them outside now is for us to be able to, because it's their object or something like that, their object. So there's a way we are going to reference them as an object. They are just not just shapes, but they are objects. But there's a way I'm going to show you how we are going to refer them as objects. So we are going to write ball. Ball is going to be Pong underscore ball. And also the player is going to be player underscore 1. And here's what we are going to do right over here now. We are trying to connect this now. Here's what I'm going to do right over under this Pong ball. All right, ID is going to I don't think for now, let's just leave it like this. It doesn't oh okay, but let me check something right over here. So there's a way we are going to connect this ID. We are going to connect this, but just keep watching what I'm going to do. So right here, I'm going to, after this, I'm going to create a label on that. A label. Yes, I'm going to create a label, which is the score. Yes, a label, and under this label I'm going to give it the font size That's the score. The label, basically the font size is going to be 70, and um, we are going to give it the position of center underscore x, and under this we are going to say um, root dot width, width, then over 2.1, and the text, we are going to write text, which is going to be str root dot score. We haven't created the variable, but I just have to put it like that so that when I'm working on it, I just need to save time instead of wasting time for you right over here. So right over here, the next step we are going to do now is to write Pong ball. We are going to connect this Pong ball and player with this ID right over here. We are going to say Pong ball. Just watch how I'm going to do it here. Pong ball is going to be ID, which is Pong underscore ball. Trying to connect these two stuffs together right over here, and player player is going to be player underscore 1. No, I'm supposed to do them separately. I made a mistake. Let me write right over here, center self dot parent dot center. Then right over here, I'm going to create the class for player. I'm going to write player which is going to be just the same thing right over here for this. So that's our fourth step now. So let's move on to the next step. So before we continue, before we move to the next screen, let's correct this stuff here. I saw it equal. It's not supposed to be equal to, it's supposed to be semicolon. So let's move on to the next step now. At the next step now, what we are going to be doing here is to create a class for both the player and the Pong ball. So we are going to create a class and call it player. We're going to write class class, then player then widget. We are going to write widget, then pass. And also for the Pong ball, we are going to write for Pong ball class, then Pong ball, then widget, then pass. So then under this player, let's write some script. Let's give it a defined property it's supposed to have, and we are going to call it we are going to give properties velocity, which is underscore x, is going to be equal to numeric property, which is 0. Then velocity y is going to be numeric property, which is going to be 0. And also right over here, we are going to write velocity, which is going to be equal to um, reference list property, then which we are going to give the property of the x and y, velocity x and velocity y. They are going to be defaultly 0. Let's put the equal to, and the normal default move function, which is to enable the player to move. We are going to write self dot pos, that's position, equal vector 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 bracket times self dot velocity yes, velocity plus self dot position. So that is what you are going to be doing. So let me explain this here, right over here. So let me explain this stuff here, right over here. The thing to notice is that we are trying to give this player a kind of property whereby the default value is going to be 0 when the when we run the program is going to give us the x value, the y value is going to be 0. There is no any kind of movement whatsoever. And also this function of move is to make sure that there's a way in Python when we are programming with Python is different from something like Unity game engine, like Unity software for making games. If it's Unity software for making games, the software has something that is much more useful for game development. It's not like where we have to be adding different kind of things to enable it, because Python is meant for how like it's not really meant. So for us to try to blend our program into a game form, we have to use something like clock or something. This property right over here, clock, import Kivy property. So we monitor the time frame and all those stuff. So we are creating a background for all these kind. We are creating a background for all these frames and seconds and all those. You're like maybe game Unity software for making games. Um it's just the property, all those things just exist. We don't need to be trying to integrate or bring in new stuff to try and make it. That's what we are talking about here. So let's move on in creating the other class, which is ball class. So let's move on with it. So now let's create the class for the the ball, which is the Pong ball. This class right over here, the Pong ball class. And we are going to write class, then we write Pong ball, then widget. Right over here, we are going to write the same property, which is velocity x, y, and all this stuff. The same thing too. Just going to copy this and paste it right over here. So that's what we are going to be doing for it now. So our next step now, let's work on our next step. So our next step now is to let's clear this Pong bulb widget since we have created it before. So our next step now is to create our object. Our objects, the objects. Now we are, instead of us just referring this to as shapes, this player, Pong ball, and what, so the player and Pong ball are shapes. We reference them as objects so that we can be able to use them in movement of whether to try and move the object or to use the object, to use it as an object, not just as a shape just lying on the screen. So what we are going to do right now here, we are going to create a variable. Ball is going to be equal to object property. Object property is going to be none. The other one too, we are going to create player, which is going to be equal to object property, which is going to be none. And also, let's not forget, we are going to create our score variable. So we can be able to automatically link it right over here with this. We are going to write score. Score is going to be equal to numeric property. The default value of the score should be 0. So this is our other steps. So let's move on to the next step. So in this next step now, our next step now is to what we are going to do, like, create a variable, which is to make sure that when we start the game, the default what the objects are going to be doing on the screen, both the player and the ball. So what we are going to do right over here is that we are going to create a function right over here, and we are going to call it def. We are going to call the first one serve underscore ball. Then we are going to write self. Right over here, we are going to write self dot ball dot center is going to be equal to self dot center. So what we want to do now is to position the ball to be at the center of the screen. So when it starts moving up. When the game starts, it's going to start moving left, right, and diagonal position. So that's what we are going to do. So we are going to first position it at the center. Then the next step is also to move the ball in any direction. So we are going to write serve.ball.velocity is going to be equal to vector. We are going to give it the speed of 9, and also we are going to rotate the ball. We are going to write rotate. That's to give it the position of movement, which is going to be, we are going to rand int, then from 0 to 360. That means it should choose any angle, 360, or random angle. Whenever the game starts, the random angle the ball is going to move at the screen. So that's for for the player, then serve underscore player. We are going to write self right over here. Then under here, we are going to write self dot player dot center is going to be equal to self dot center. Then right over here, we're going to write self dot player. Also, the same thing dot velocity, 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 which is going to be equal to vector, vector 0, 0. So that's how we're dealing for this to the default, the start at the beginning. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to, when the program wants to start. Now what are we going to do for we are trying to give it a default value when the game starts, whether the object is going to be moving, doing certain things. So that's what it means by this serve ball and serve player. So let's move on to the next step. So in our next step, we are going to create a function which is going to be update. So we are going, the main function, the main purpose of this function is for us to be updating both the player and the ball per frame second. But for now, you may not understand what I'm doing right now by writing this update. It's at the end of the game when we are getting to the end part, then you will get what I'm doing. Write self update self.dt. Then right over here, we are going to write self dot player dot move right over here. And also we are trying to connect the player object and the move from the move this move right over here. We are trying to connect the player object right over here, the player and the move object right over here, which is what I have been discussing about before. And also we are going to do the same justice to the ball object, self.ball.move. So that's what we are going to be doing right now for this stuff. So now in this next step, we are going to be working on moving the ball either left or right. So let's get started on this. So in this next step now, we are going to we are going to make sure that whenever the ball bounces whenever the ball hits certain part of the screen, it's going to bounce back. Whenever I hit any part of the screen, it's going to bounce back. And also, not only on that, we are going to be adding our score whenever it bounces within the screen. And not only that too, we are going to be moving our player too. So what are we going to do here? Right, we are going to come down right over this function, this update, right? And we're going to write if, then we are going to write self dot ball dot top is greater than self dot height. That means if it exceeds its boundary of the screen, either up or down. Then what are we going to do right over here? We are going to write self dot ball dot velocity underscore y is going to be times equal to 1. So whenever it bounces and hits any side, either up or down, either it hits top screen, what it's going to do is going to bounce back and going to add the speed with times 1. is going to increase the speed times 1. And also, not only that, we are going to increase the speed times 1. So in this next step now, under update, what we are going to do right over here is that we are going to make sure that whenever the ball bounces or hit any side of the screen, the ball is going to bounce back and is going to reverse back instead of it crossing its boundary. It's going to bounce back. The ball is going to bounce back. And not only that, we are going to increase the score, and also we are going to not only increase the score to also we are going to learn how to move the player left and right. So what are we going to do? We are going to write if self dot ball dead dot top is greater than self dot height. That means what we are doing now right here is that whenever the ball exceeds this thing, what we are doing right here is that whenever the ball exceeds, what's the error that is showing right over here? Let me do like this. Is this self dot height? What we are doing now, what we are trying to do is that let me check this error. I don't know why it's giving error right over here. I'll bring it back like this. Let me write. So now in this our next step, here's what we are going to do. We are going to make sure and check that whenever the ball, instead of the ball, when the ball is moving 360 around, instead of it exceeding the screen, we are going to make sure that whenever it touches the boundary of the screen, it's going to bounce back. Also, apart from that, whenever the ball bounces on the screen, we are going to increase the score. And also, apart from that, we are going to also make sure that we are going to move the player. We are going to work on us moving the player left and right. So how are we going to do that? We're going to write if sorry, we are going to write self self dot ball then dot top is greater than self dot height. That means if the ball is greater than, if the ball exceeds the screen, exceeds the boundary, what are we going to do for it? Then what we are going to do is that we are going to write self dot ball dot velocity underscore y is times equal to -1. And then what we are going to do is we are going to write self dot score is going to be, that means, let me explain this side now. Here, right here, whenever we shoot we are going to pass it by 1. The score is going to increase times 1. Then we are going to reverse the ball backwards in the opposite direction. And also, apart from it, this is for the top screen and the down screen we are working on. So when we hit any of this part of the screen, we are going to add our score. We are going to write self dot score is going to be plus equal to 1. So Our other step now, what we are going to do right now from this side is also if the ball bounces left or right, let me just copy this to save time. Copy and paste right over here. If the ball, if the cell dot this time, what we are going to do is the ball. That means if the ball now, what we are going to write here is that if ball, then we are going to write x is this time is going to we are going to write less than less than 0 or 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 self dot ball dot right, then which is self dot width. We are working on if the ball hits the left screen or the right screen. And this one is on the top screen. We are working on the top screen. So then we are going to reverse it by -1 and add score. Add score. So let's move on to the next step. So our next step now is to work on if our ball bounces down. I want to let you know that whenever our ball touches down the down part of the screen, then that means we have already failed because we are unable to bounce the ball, or we fail to bounce the ball at the right time. So what we are going to do is that whenever it's game over, we are going to start the score again and restart the game. So what we are going to do is that we are going to write if self dot ball dot y is less than 0. The next step we are going to do right now, we are going to say self dot score is going to be equal to 0. That means the score should be 0. That means the score is going to be 0. And also there is a way we want to restart the game. We are going to write self dot serve serve ball. That means we are going to make sure that the ball starts at this beginning position, at the main starting point, where the origin. Whenever the game starts, that means the ball is going to be at the default place, and we are going to set the score to 0, which means the score is going to restart. So that's all for this one now. So the movement now, we are going to create another function which is on touch move. We are going to write on touch move, and whenever we what we are going to do now, we are going to we are going to enable us to be able to use our cursor or our arrow, or maybe if we are using app, to be able to drag the rectangle left and right. So we are going to write self.player dot center x, center underscore x is going to be equal to touch dot x is going to be touch. So that's all for this step. Now let's move on to the next step. So now I think maybe our final step now for this, let's come over to this Pong application. And right over here, we are going to do something very important right over here. We are going to say def build self. Then under here, we are going to write game, create a variable called game equal to, refer it to the Pong game screen, the game class, which is the screen. Then the game dot serve ball. That means what we are trying to do now, we are trying to get all the we are trying to get the objects together. We are trying to get the objects. We are trying to add the object like the ball objects and the player object. We are going to write again game dot serve um self player 2, and also we are going to write one more thing is that on right over here we are going to write clock dot schedule interval. Under here we are going to write game dot update our update function right over here, this update, where we are going to be moving our player and our ball. And also what we are going to be doing here is that we are going to give it comma, then what am I writing here, game dot update comma 1.0 all over 60. That's the time frame. That's what we are that's what you are talking about, the time frame. And what we are going to do finally now, we are going to write game. We are going to now write return game here. And right over here, we are going to come down right over here and write pong app bracket dot run. Just make sure you do that, don't forget that. So let's run it and see now, and see our result now. It's showing an error right over here. Player 1 is not defined. Name error, player 1 is not defined right over here. I think it's right over this Kivy file right over here. Player 1, I think we are trying to refer to this this thing. ID is supposed to be ID instead of player 1. I made a mistake writing ID right over here. So let's run it now and see. Up, the game is working, but something is wrong right over here. Let's fix the bug right now. So in fixing the bug, first of all, the first issue of this bug is to move this core object, right? This core text right over here, right over the top screen, and I forgot to do so. So let me do that. I think right over here, what I forgot to do is that I forgot to bring this right over here. Come right over here and write top. Then what are we going to write on that top? We are going to write root dot top minus 50. So let's run that now. The score is right over now, it's now properly fixed. So let's fix the next thing now, which is the ball movement. The ball is more not bouncing, it's not bouncing as so let's work on that. And also aside from that, I forgot to create the to make sure that under this player widget, to make sure to check if the ball collides with the player. So what we are going to do now is we are going to write so that the ball can be able to bounce. We forgot to do something, create a function. We are going to write bounce ball underscore ball, then self comma ball. So right over here, if self dot collide widget, which is the ball, then what we are going to do right over here is that we are going to write ball dot velocity underscore y, which is going to be times equal to -1. And right over down here, we are going to come over to the ball. We are going to come over right over to this side, which is this ball side. And right over here, we are going to write something like we are going to write self. We are going to write over here. It's just independent from all of this if condition. Then we are going to write self dot player dot bounce ball then self dot ball. So let's run it now because I made a mistake right over that time. Let me cancel it and check if it's going to work. It's having some issues. Let me fix them right now. So I think the error is right over here. I'm going to rewrite this stuff right over here, this Pong ball widget, because it's from right over here. I think it's making it not to bounce properly. It's not making the ball to bounce from left to right or any kind of to make it bounce left and right. So I think it's from this class Pong widget. Let's rewrite it again and see. I'm going to write class Pong ball widget. Right over here, I'm going to write velocity x equal to numeric property, which is 0. Then velocity y is going to be equal to numeric property, which is going to be 0. And also I'm going to say velocity is going to be equal to reference list property, then velocity x then velocity y. Then I'm going to recreate the function, which is to move function. Then what I'm going to write over here, I'm going to write self dot position equal to vector bracket times self dot velocity then plus self dot pos. Let's try it again now and see if it's going to work. Let's run it now. It's still having some issues. Well, let me check the issue very closely. I think I have the script of it right over here. Let's compare this right over here. Class Pong ball widget velocity x numeric property velocity y numeric property, velocity. It's not capital V. I think it's small letter V. Let's run it now. I think it's going to work properly now. Right now, it's properly. It's now working well now. Finally, we have our game right over here. Now, if we move it here, it's bouncing. It's bouncing it should be. So I think that's all for this tutorial. I think in our next tutorial we are going to color it and add sound and make sure that whenever we close this application again, it's going to save our score for us. So I think in our next video we are going to be adding sound, adding the color, and also um, saving the data, this our score right over here. So that's what we are going to be working on in our next tutorial. So thanks for watching and see you in my next video. Hi, please, if this is your first time watching, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button and also hit the like button, and please don't forget to support me on PayPal, and the link to this project is at the description below. So thanks for watching and see you in my next video. Hi friends, today I'm going to complete the last tutorial of how to make a Pong game using Python Kivy. For example, now this is the complete version of it where it has sound. Then whenever you try and make sure the ball doesn't touch goes below the screen or something like that. And also apart from the sound and the background color too, if we close the application and we run it again, it's going to save back our score, our previous score. Now we have, for example, we have 5 as our score. Once I close the application and I run it again, it still shows 5 and it continues the game for us. So that's what we are going to be working on today. So let's get started. Hi, please, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the like button, and also please don't forget to hit the subscribe button, and do not forget to support me on PayPal, and the link is at the description below, and also the link to the source code of this game is at the description below. So let's get started. So our next step now, what we want to do now in this stuff here is that we want to add the background image. We want to change the background image. The image is dark. The background image is dark, and it doesn't look fine like that. So let's try and change the background color to another color. So now like this, we are going to come over to the pong.kv file. Then right over here, I will scroll to Pong the Pong game here. Right over the Pong game class. Right over here. What I'm going to write is that I'm going to write canvas dot before. Then right over here we are going to write color color um our semicolon here. Under this color, we are going to write RGBA, and we are going to give our RGBA some certain properties. So we want it to be orange, kind of warm kind of orange color. So what are we going to do now? There are different kind of way of either adding colors with Python, this, but for now like this, for our main definition, for to define our orange color, the way it's being defined, you have to check it online, because Python is not other like some other programming language whereby you can get the exact color you want. But this kind of This kind of method is using certain kind of mathematical character for it. So um how are we going to go about this stuff like this now? We are going to give it the definitive we are going to give it a property, a certain kind of property for warm orange. The one I know for warm orange is 255 over 31 comma 204 over 204. Then another one again, 50 over 255. Then 255. And under this RGBA color, we are going to create a rectangle. We have to create an object. We have to create a shape so that we want to create a rectangle to cover the whole screen. And then when we cover the whole screen, we are going to change the color of the rectangle to warm kind of orange color. So rectangle, then position. We are going to call it self dot position. Then size is going to be self dot size. I think let's run it now and see what it's going to give us now. Now it has given us a kind of yellow kind of color, yellow color, yeah. So now that's how to change the background of the background color of this application. So in our next step now, we are going to change the font. We are going to change the font. The font is we want to make it look better, the font text. So how are we going to do it? So let's work on that now. So for us to change the font size of this text, here's what we are going to do. We are going to come over the label we created. So also if you this script is so if you haven't been following up with the script, the link for the source code is at the description below. So please don't forget to check that. And now let's change for us to change our font size. Our font, we are going to change our font. We are going to write font underscore name, and we are going to give it there are different kind of fonts you can use italics, you can use different kind of, but this time we are going to use comic. And let's run it now and see the difference. So now it has, look at it, is much more different from it's much more different from the default font that we've been using before. It looks much more better and much more um reasonable. So that's all for changing the font size. So let's move on to the next step, which the next step will be about saving and adding sound. So let's get started now. So for us now I want to show you something now. Whenever I close this application now and I run it back again, the score resets to 0 whenever I close the application. It doesn't matter when whatever I scored or whatever this thing I scored. So that's the issue now. The thing is that now if we close the application, maybe you have been playing the game for a long time and you reach, maybe your score is 1000 and you close the application. The issue is that when you load it back again, it's going to restart the score. So for us now, instead of this stuff to be happening, this kind of mistake, not mistake, I mean, sorry, maybe for the score to be saved, if you want to save the score, instead of, maybe when we close the application now, it was on 5, and we are going to display back the 5 that we saved. So how are we going to do that? So let's work on that right now. To work on that now, we are going to go to the main.py and come over here and write come over here. We are going to write import pickle, and we are going to write import os dot path. So that's how after this pickle is for saving the um saving that score, and the os.path is for, I'll show you what that the os.path is being used for. So let's start doing something right over here. So over here now, under this let's come over down here to, okay, let's go to the class of Pong Game class. Right over here, we are going to come over here and write if for us to what we want to do now is that when we close the application, and we open it back again, it's supposed to load back the save data. And maybe now this is what we want to do now. We want to make sure that if okay, let me just show you what I'm going to do first before I start explaining. I'm going to write os.path. If os.path dot is file, and what is the name of the file? Let's call the name of the file that we are going to save and load. And what are we going to call it as? And we are going to write Pong Game tutorial. If this file um that means if this file exists, then that means if we have already saved this data, if we have already saved the data, that means maybe when we are playing it now, the score is being updated, and as we are updating the score, we are saving the program, we are saving the exact score. That means if this file, if something like that has been saved, then what are we going to do now? What we are going to do now is that we are going to write text. That is the name of the, we are going to write text. We are going to write pickle dot load, then open, then then this Pong Game tutorial, copy and paste. We are going to copy and paste this thing. Then we are going to write our, under here we are going to write comma, then RB, then our score. Our score is going to be, this score right over here is going to be equal to numeric property, bracket, this text. We are going to open, what we are trying to do is that when, if this file is being saved, we are going to load it. We are going to create a variable whereby we load that data into this variable here, and we display the score of that loaded data right over here. So that's what we are doing. Then another condition, we are going to write else. That is, if such thing does not exist, then we are just going to just make our score value to be default. If such file, we have never, if we are just new to the application, if we are new to the application, and we haven't saved it hasn't been saving, so the default value is going to be 0. So now, in our next step now, let's move on to our next step now. How are we going to get our score? How are we going to score how are we going to score the player? Or yes, how are we going to score the player? Maybe if the ball, how we going to score the player? How we are going to score the player is that if the ball bounces at the edge of the screen or touches the player, we are going to add the score by +1. And what are we going to do here? Right over here, we are going to create. I'm going to create. What I'm going to do here is that um we are going to come right over here for this. If the ball hits um top, if it hits left or right. So I will what are we going to do for it now? We've already programmed it. We are going to add the score definitely. And if the score and also we are going to save it. So what we are going to do right over here is that we are going to write score. First of all, let me come over to this class right over here. We are going to write um score is going to be equal to pico. First of all, before we start, sorry, I made a mistake right over. I don't make a mistake, but I forgot to do something. We are going to write score. Um, Let me check something first. I don't see any mistake. What we are going to write over here is that we are going to come right over where we are now, which is around here. Whenever the ball touches the right screen or the left screen, or whenever it touches up the upper screen, maybe when it bounces, then what are we going to do? We are going to write score equal to self dot score. And right over here, we are going to write score. That means we are going to save our data equal to pico dot dump. Then what are we going to dump? We are going to write score, then open, then the name of the name of this file, which is Pong Game tutorial. And okay, right over here, I'm going to copy and paste this right over here. We are going to give it, wait, let me give it like this and paste it right over here. I'll write our comma, then W, then our comma again, our this and write WB. No, let me bring this right inside. Um, Let me cut this off and paste it right over here. Yes. So the same thing, if the ball bounces on top of the screen, we are going to how are we going to do it? We are going to bounce the ball back and give our score. We are going to score ourselves and save that score. So let me do the same thing for other this thing, other values. And also if the ball touches below, if the ball tries to go below the screen, then we are going to set the score equal to 0 and restart the game. And also when we are setting the score to 0, we are going to I'll just copy the score dot save, this upper one here, and we are going to save the data. We are going to save it after, that is after, we are going to save it, save the score as 0. So let's run it and see if it's going to work now. So it's bouncing and going off the screen. Now our current score is 4. Let's close the application and run it back again and see if it's going to return 4. Now it has returned back 4. We are still the game is the game is has just continued from where it stopped from the last score. If I close it again and run it, let's fail now, and it's 0. Let the score be 0 now. So when we close the program again, we run it, it's still showing 0. So that's all for the saving part. So our final step is that whenever we play this game now and the ball is bouncing the screen and moving left and right and bouncing left and right, we want to make sure that um it makes sound, and whenever we fail, it should also make a sound that we failed. So how are we going to do about this? Let me close the application right now. And first of all, before we start, what you are going to do now is that you are going to copy, you are going to whatever sound you have. I have the source code with the sound is at the link, is at the description below. I have the resource, the source code with the sound. So please check it. Don't forget to check it. The first thing we are going to do is to drag all of this to your main, to your projects file. But I've already dragged it before, so no need of doing that. But you have to copy all of this and paste it right over here. I have see the click sound and also see the fail sound. Where's the fail sound? I have it here, but there's no need of this thing because I have it right over here. So let's just continue first. What we are going to do, the first thing we are going to do now is to write um import. We are going to write from kivy dot core dot audio. That is import sound loader. Then right over here, after we import the sound loader, we are going to come over here and write click equal to sound loader. We are creating a variable which is sound loader dot load. Then the name of the name of the file right over here, which is click sound. Let's write it exactly. We are going to write it like this. Then we are going to write click sound dot wav, and also the fail sound, the fail sound, the fail sound. I'm going to write fail. We are going to write sound loader dot load. This is the fail text, fail folder, fail the fail file. So we are going to write it like this. F, exactly like this. Fail dot wav. So we've created click and fail variable. So what are we going to do now? Under this bounce ball function, what we are going to do is that whenever the ball bounces, either whenever the ball collides with the player, this is the bounce ball function for the collision with the player. So if it collides with the player, we are going to play the click sound. We are going to write self dot click dot play like this. So the same thing, for to save time, I'll just copy this and paste it where it's relevant. And under here, whenever the ball hits the top, we are going to play the sound. Whenever I hit down, I'm going to paste it anywhere here. And whenever we fail, maybe the ball goes below the screen, we are going to change it. Instead of click dot play, we are going to write fail dot play. So I think that's all. Let's test it now and see. Um, it says Pong Game has no attribute click. Let me see something right over here. Okay, we haven't created any variable under here for the click sound. Let me copy this um variable for click and fail sound. So I'll come over to the Pong Game widget and paste it. So let's run it now. Finally, I guess it's going to work. Now it's working now. It's bouncing left and right and going up, and whenever it bounces any area, it's going to make a sound. So I think that's all for this tutorial. So thanks for watching. Hi, please, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the like button, and also please don't forget to hit the subscribe button, and please also don't forget to support me on PayPal. The link is at the description below, and also the link for this game, the source code for this game is at the link is at the description below. So please don't forget to check it out and use it for your um whatever you want to program. So thanks for watching, and see you in my next video. Hi friends, today I'm going to show you how to create a simple notepad using Python Kivy. Let's run our application. So when I click on notepad, it switches to the other screen. I edit whatever, I write whatever I want to write. Let's write today's tutorial. And while I click on menu, it saves my text, and I close the application too. I run it again. It still shows today's tutorial. So that's what we are going to be working on. So let's get started. Hi, please, if you are new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button right now, hit the like button, and also share this video. And also please don't forget to support me on PayPal, please, so that I keep being motivated and showing you this great content and helping you improve your programming and coding skills and Python skills with other programming language. So let's get started. So the first thing we are going to do now is to import some stuff. First of all, let's write from kivy.app, import app, then from kivy dot properties, import string properties, import os dot path, import JSON, import we don't need JSON, just import pickle, import from Kivy dot lang dot builder, import builder, from Kivy dot uix dot widget, import widget. Another one again from Kivy dot text input dot text from Kivy dot uix dot text input, import text input, from Kivy dot uix dot box layout, you write import box layout. And finally, from Kivy dot uix dot screen manager, import screen and screen manager. So that's our first step. So secondly, we create the screens we are going to manage, which is the menu screen and the main notepad screen. So the menu screen will be we'll first write class, we'll create the app class, that is switch, then we'll call it, we write app, and create a function here, df build self, and we say screen, create a variable which is screen equal to builder dot load string, which is screen, which we call it screen manager. So then from here, here's what we are going to do right now. Right over here, we are going to create the screen manager equal to for us to manage the screens. This is just like a Kivy form of file where we are going to manage the menu screen and the main notepad screen. So that's the main kind of Kivy file. I'm not used to creating a new Kivy, like coming right over here creating a Kivy file. I can just decide to use this method. So let's create another class again, which is for first screen class. I will call it first screen. Then we'll write screen bracket, call it or just let's leave it like this first. I will write pass here, and also another the second screen. We are going to create a class for the second screen. We write second screen. Second screen. Then we pass the variable, right? Pass. So that's what we are going to do right here. We've created the app class, the first screen and the second screen. So now we are going to try to manage our screen switching. We are going to write something here, right over here, which is sm equal to, then we'll write screen manager, then write sm dot add widget, then the widget is the first screen. Then here's what we are going to do. We just write first screen like this. You'll come here again, write sm dot add widget, that is second screen. Then also we do something here. We write switch, then dot run. So that's all for this step. The next thing we are going to do after this step, we come right over here. Now we program our switching of screen from a certain screen. So here's what we are going to do now. We write screen manager, then we give 4-line spacing, 1 2 3 4. Then write first screen, that is our first screen class, and second screen. So we come here, we create our class here for first screen, first screen, then we write, you come down here, we give 4-line spacing, 1 2 3 4. Then write name, the name of the screen is first, we call it first. Then we'll come down here again, we create our relative layout, then I'll give 4-line spacing, 1 2 3 4. Then write orientation, which is vertical, then we come down here and write our position equals to self.position, and also we create a button here. We come like this, we move back and write button, then the name of the button 1234 text, which is a notepad, right? Notepad. Then on press, which is going to be root dot manage dot current. Wait, sorry, just let's leave this one first. We are creating the screens. I will explain to you what we are going to do next on that. Then second screen, we are going to create our second screen. One, two, three, four. Name, which is going to be second. Then 2, 3, relative layout. Layout. 1, 2, 3, 4. Orientation, which is going to be vertical to vertical. Then position, we are going to write self dot push. Then size, root dot size. So here's what I'm doing now. I'm programming how the first screen would look like. The first screen, I just want it to display button under my relative layout. I just want it to display button. And the second screen, I want it to display the text input, where we are going to input whatever we want to write on our notepad, and the menu, also the menu the menu button. So that's what we are doing here. So let's continue. So now what we are going to do now here, right over here now, is that after we write our listing, we are going to create our text input. Then we'll go down 1, 2, 3, 4 ID, we call it input text, goes to root dot text will just be just let's leave it like that. Then position dot position underscore hint, which is going to be we are going to write center. We are going to give it the position and the size of the text input. So let's give it center underscore x. Then we are going to write it like this, 0.5. Then center y, also we are going to give it 0.705, and we are going to put our bracket. Size, we're going to give it its size dot hint hint, which is 0.95, 95 and 0.5. We are just defining how the text input will look like. So finally, let's create our button, which is going to be the 1, 2, 3, 4 text equal to menu. Then let's define the size of the button, how it's going to fit below the screen. We are going to say size underscore hint, which is going to be 1 bracket point 2. That is and let's just leave it like that. So we have already created how the interface, we have already created the interface of the first screen and the second screen. So now the next step is for us to be able to manage our switching of the screen from first screen to the second screen and also back to the first screen. We are going to be managing our switching. So now let's get started with it now. So here's what we are going to do now. We are going to go down right over here under this first screen where I put SM equal to screen manager. We are going to write name, which is equal to first. See what we are talking about here. This name of the first screen under this first screen class here. So we are going to come under here. So we are going to do the same. We are going to come under this sm.add widget, which is first screen, and the name of it equals to first. And also the same thing is going to be applied to this one too. So second, we also wrote second right over here the name, which is second. So and finally we are going to come over this side here on press. What happens that when we press the notepad button, when we click on the notepad button, what will happen now? So here's what we are going to write over here. We are going to write root dot manager dot current, which is going to be equal to second screen, which is going to be equal to this variable here. And also when we click, let's also do the same thing. I'll just copy and paste. Also here on pressed, we are going to write the same thing, but this time is going to be first. To switch back from the second screen, whenever we are in the second screen, we click the button or click the menu button, we are going to switch back to this first screen here. And let's just call it save. So let's run it now. Says some error, type error, first screen takes no argument. Oh, here I'm supposed to write screen manager. Let's see if it's going to work now. Right now, manager, screen manager. Dev screen now. Screen equal to screen manager. Then oh, we forgot to do something. Let's write return screen. I guess it's going to work right now. First screen is still showing the error. Type error. Oh, finally, I think we forgot to write something, which is screen. Write screen. So let's run now. It's going to work this time around. Uh, attribute error pressed where um on press is on press. Let's run it right now. It's going to work. If we click on here, it switches to this place, and if we click save, it goes back. Now we've already created the screen management. We've already created the screen management. Yeah, so let's get to the next step. So the next step, now we can write something. We can be able to write anything under here, under this text input. But what we want to do is that whenever we want to save, we want to make sure that the saving is working, that even while we close it and we run it again, it's going to show, but it's not showing right now. So we are going to be working on the saving part right now. So let's start writing some scripts. So now the next step we are going to do right over here now is to um for us to be able to save this, to for us to be able to save the application whenever we click the save button. So here's what we are going to do. We are going to create a function right over here and clear the pass. We are going to clear the pass and write df save. Then under the def dot save, we are going to write text equal to pickle. Remember, we imported the pickle module when we were writing. We were importing some other stuff too. So we are going to we import. You have to import the pickle module first. Then we write dot dump, then brackets. We are going to call the file here, the name of the file here, which is, let's call it notepad. Then write our comma again. No, we are not supposed to do that. Name of our this is write text, then write comma. Ignore the error. Then write open, then open bracket again. We are going to write the name of the file the name of the file we are saving, which is notepad. We are going to call it notepad. Then bracket wb. So that is for our saving part. So for our loading, for us to load the application, whenever maybe when we just open the screen, when we just after we've input any text and we click on the save and we cancel the application, and while we open it and we click on the notepad screen and move over to the second screen. So when we move to the second screen now, we want to load the text. So here's what we are going to write now here. I'm going to write load equal to text equal to pickle dot load bracket open file, which is just open, which is notepad. We call it notepad. This same saving and the name of the file we save, which is notepad. Then we come here, write comma, or we write rb. So that is our for our loading part now. So let's clear the error right now, right over here. So to clear the error now, let's go right over to this second, from here now, second screen, where whenever we press our button save, aside from us moving back to the first screen, we write on press again, we write on press, then we write um root dot save. That means whenever we press our button, it's going to it's going to do this, which is to save the application. It's going to save the text we've written here. So now there's one thing that is being that we are going to I'm puzzling on my mind now, is that how are we going to get that exact text whenever we are going how we are going to save that our notepad, whatever we've written here, whatever we've written over that notepad, and also load that same text again when we open the application. So let's work on it now. Here's what we are going to do. So for us to make sure that whatever we write under this text input, Python will help us save that exact text. Here's what we are going to do over here. We are going to write text equal to self. We are going to write. We are going to first of all create a variable. I want to show you something. So that means whenever we write something under this text input here, we are going to save it. So here's what we are going to write here. Text equal to self dot ids self I forgot to start ids dot input dot text. So that means we are calling on this input id whenever we want to connect this text input, whatever we wrote, we must write id first. We will now write input. We now write anything we want to name the id. Then we'll now come here right over here and create a variable for it, self.ids2, in order to get that um exact text we've written. And also we are going to, on this place here, right over here, whenever we press the save button on press we're going to write root.save. That means we are calling on the save function right over the under the second screen, which is we are going to call this self.ids. That means we should get the text we've written here, and after when we get the text, we save it. And also not only saving the text, we print the text. So I'll show you something right over there. So the loading we need to clear. I cleared the I have to, first of all, let's work on the saving part. We have to work on the saving part. Let's see if notepad. Let's write the note my notepad and notepad. Let's write it correctly. Once we've written it now correctly, it shows none. It seems I'm missing something right over here. We will have done something right over here, which is let's call this, says none. What will be the issue here? I think we have to put this print here, right over here. the notepad. I'll click on save. It prints the notepad. So it has already saved our the text we've written right over here. It has saved it now. Now it's for us to load the it's for us to load it. Now we are going to work on the loading section because you have to pay attention in this loading section I want to talk about. So here I want to show you something which you have to pay close attention right over here. But first of all, before we do that, let's try to load let's create let's try to load our application. Whenever we save, I want to load whatever we save. Whenever we open the application, maybe we open the application for it to load the text that we've written. So here's what we are going to do right over here. I'm going to say load equal to text equal to pickle dot load, which is um open, which is notepad, the name of the file. Then we write comma, then rb. So then we print the value, which is print that our text load, which is load. So let's run it right now and see. So we run it now, the notepad. It loaded it for us there right over here. It load what we say. So let's just write something right over here. Hi. It saves the variable. Now we close the application, and when we run it again, it load the variable high. And the final thing we are supposed to do, when we click on this when we click on the notepad, it should display this high here. So how are we going to do it? Let's work on that. So what we are going to do is to create a variable called text input. Text input. We are going to say equal to string properties. We've imported string properties right over here, which it is a string properties. String property. So we write string property, comma, then write load, and we are going to write no, yeah, we are going to write load. Let's just bring this down right over here. So, and we have to make sure we link it from we link this text input to whatever we write here. We should display what the text. We should display our load text right over this place, which is the text here. So here's what we are going to do. We are just going to write text input. We are going to write text input. Root dot text input. So let's see if it's going to work right now. You'll see it's displaying the high. Let's write another ty, then we save it. It saves as ty. And when we close the application and we run it again, it still displays ty. There is one more thing we are supposed to do, and please pay close attention. So I want to show you something very important right here. Normally, our application is working fine. It's working fine. Whenever we open it, we load back our listing, we save it, we close the application, and we run it again, and it shows back what our previous text we've written. So here's something you have to pay attention to now right over here. I want to change the name of this. Normally, first of all, I want to say something. Whenever we open maybe now I'm new to the app now, I want to use the notepad. Normally, I'm supposed to open the notepad application and it should be empty. It should instead of me it's loading anything, it's supposed to be empty. And whenever I type anything and save, it saves the whatever I've written. It saves it even while I close the application. I run it again. It still saves. So how are we going to do that now? So we already have this notepad saved. Now let's assume that I'm starting again. I'm making a new application, a notepad application. I put it as notepad one and notepad one here. The name of the file. I save it as another thing now. I want to load now. I want to load the application. It says it displays an error. It's going to display an error which is file not found error. There's no such directory as notepad one. The reason why it's saying that because we haven't saved anything, we can't open what we haven't saved. It's going to definitely display an error. And if we build this as an application and we run it on maybe our mobile device or anything, it's going to show, it's going to crash, and definitely it won't work like that. So what we want to do now is that when we open the application, it won't definitely show any error since we haven't saved it. We can't load what we haven't saved. It won't show. We are going to make sure that it's not going to show any error. And while we save it again, we save it as notepad one, the name of the file as notepad one. Then when we load it again, when we load the file again, it's going to load back this notepad one again without error. So here's what we are going to do right here. So we are going to write if os dot path dot is file, which is, so we are going to tell Python now that if if we have saved this file called notepad one, let's call it notepad, the file name which is notepad1. If there is a file named notepad1, we then load the application. But if there is nothing like that, we write else right over here. Else. Then if there is no such file as this notepad1 that is showing file not found error, if there is nothing like that that exists, here's just what we want Python to do. We want it to just load this. We are going to load our text input, which is going to be equal to string property. We are going to make it empty if such directory does not exist. Then text input is going to be empty, and also let's write something. I'm missing something here, right over here. That means I don't know why it's showing error. I think we did not do something else. Let's adjust this test. Um all right, still showing some error. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Then also we are going to write something else. So that means if what we are saying now is that if this save file exists, notepad1 exist, then we should just load the app, we should load the file directly. But if it doesn't exist, we should just make sure that the string property is empty. We should just make sure that the text, we should not load anything at all. We should just not load anything. We should just make sure that the text input should be empty. This text input, text here, right over here, the text here should be um empty. Nothing should be written here. We can just write it like this and give it space if you want, or just leave it like this. And we write, let's tell Python to write something. Let's say print file does not exist. And also right over here, right over this side too, we tell it to print file does exist. So let's run it now. It's not going to give us that this error, this file not found error again. Trust me, let's run it. Now it shows here, right over here, it says file does not exist. And when we save something, write anything, I'll click save. It saves our text, and we terminate the application and we run it again. And when it says files does exist now, because we've already saved the notepad one file. So when we load it now, it will put the application. No matter how we change it, maybe someone is just starting, wants to save it as a different, maybe someone is making a notepad application, they change it. Let's even change it to anything we want to change. Notepad 11 here, and also notepad 11. It's still going to work. Let's run it. So we run it, it say file does not exist. It did not give us any error. So let's write anything here, save, and let's terminate the application and we load it. And it says files does exist, and we click on notepad, it loads back. So that is how to create a simple notepad with Python Kivy. So that's all for this YouTube tutorial. Thanks for watching, and please, if you don't forget to hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and share this video to others who needs it. And please don't forget to support me on PayPal, so don't forget that, so that I keep creating more content for you and upgrading your skills in Python programming and other programming languages. Thanks for watching.